Good morning, everybody. You're watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. We finally made it to qualify, or from past qualifying and into match play here. Our first round of the double elimination match play bracket is now officially underway with that shot by Steve Anderson. You can see we've got Steve Anderson. He's got a pretty tough opponent. He's got the number 1 seed, Walter Ray Williams Jr. Steve Anderson was the last bowler to make the cut, 64th position. The other match, Mitch Vernon against Eric Forkel. Eric Forkel has had a great week. He qualified in the number 14 position, the number 33 position, while Mitch Vernon qualified 32nd. So these are our first two matchups for the day here on Bowl TV. And it's 3 games, total pinfall to determine the winners of the matches. So buckle your seatbelts here, folks. This could be an interesting ride. We've got 6 rounds of matches today for you here on Bowl TV. So we're just getting started, and all strikes so far as all 4 bowlers get off to a good start. Walter Ray with another good shot. Walter Ray not feeling so well during the qualifying portion of this event. He said he picked up a cold. Said it hasn't really affected his bowling so far, but he was hoping it didn't get worse. I talked to him on the phone last night after bowling concluded, and he sounded very raspy and hoarse, and said it just takes him a little bit to get loosened up. 10 minutes of practice, he should be nice and loose and ready to go. And if you're Steve Anderson, got to keep striking, got to get lined up and start throwing some strikes here, and just hope that you can bowl a big enough score to top Walter Ray, because you have to think that Walter Ray is going to come out here and pop a big number here. We are live at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thank you so much for joining us this morning as we get started with our match play competition. Anderson trying to go 3 for 3 here and leaves the 6-pin. The winners of these 2 matches will bowl each other in the next round on lanes 49 and 50. For those of you who have not been keeping an eye on the Senior Masters all week long, there is live scoring. So if you want to see the scores for any pair in the bowling center, you can. If you go to bowl.com/seniormasters, just click on the pair that you want to follow, and you can find those frame-by-frame results as we move along here. Walter Ray now out to a 11-pin lead. And this is how it begins for Walter Ray, and Steve Anderson probably already a little nervous, even though he's only missed once. And it wasn't even that bad of a shot. Eric Forkel, 3 strikes in a row to start. He's up by 20. 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners of these matches. Walter Ray with another good-looking shot, and Walter Ray Williams Jr. looks lined up, and he may be real tough to beat. Eric Forkel, his first error of the day is a split. Steve Anderson got a paw full of that one and goes through the face and leaves the 4-6-10. Do me a favor this morning as we watch our first round and post the link to the live streaming on your Facebook and Twitter. You can also just go and share the link on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, or retweet at USBC or at Lucas_Wiseman, and Eric Forkel throws it in the ditch on the split, so loses about 4 pins and count right there by not getting any pins. Just like that, that's a 1-pin match. And Steve Anderson, not the way he wanted to start, already finds himself in a pretty big hole here. Down 35 after just 4 frames against Walter Ray Williams Jr. And just to clarify again, the format, it is 3 games total pinfall determines the winner of the match. Here's Mitch Vernon. And there's a double for him as he takes the lead against Eric Forkel. Story so far is Walter Ray Williams Jr. putting some fireworks on the deck here in the early going. Kitty in the chat wants to know if this is a house shot. Far from it. It is a USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern. 2.5 to 1 ratio. See if Vernon can add to his string of strikes here on the left side of your screen. Asking for it to push a little bit, and he pulls it through the face for the big 4. Anderson covers up the spare. Here's Walter Ray Williams Jr., who's been perfect so far. Oh my. Leaves the 8-pin and ends the string. And I think that was just about the only thing that was going to stop Walter Ray here on the fresh. 34-pin lead for Walter Ray if he makes the spare. Eric Forkel makes the 10-pin fall a little bit lazy to the right for the strike. He is leading by 9. Do me a favor, tell your friends to tune into the broadcast right now. Get on Facebook, Twitter, post the link to the live streaming. Get as many folks as we can watching here this morning, bright and early here in Las Vegas at the South Point Bowling Center. Our first round of matches at the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. 3 games total pinfall determines the winners. Here's Eric Forkel looking for a double to extend his lead to 19. And a little light mixer there gets the job done. Flat 10 for Walter Ray, so that's never a good sign. And have to see if he just didn't catch it all at the bottom, or if that's the start of a trend right there. Those flat 10s, never what you like to see. Vernon pulls it again in the 6, leaves the difficult 3, 6, 9, 10. Covered enough of these 3-game total pinfall matches over the years between the Queens, the Masters, the Senior Masters, and the Senior Queens to know that virtually no deficit is unattainable. I've seen guys down and women down 100 pins going into the last game and win a match. So if you're Steve Anderson and if you're Mitch Vernon, you just have to try to hang in there because transition is going to hit at some point. And a lot of the times these matches can flip and the person who's been struggling can start striking and the person who was striking can start struggling, and before you know it, you've got a heck of a match. But so you just can't give up. You've always got to keep fighting. But right now it's looking like a real tough task for Steve Anderson. And Mitch Vernon here on the left side of your screen needs to find a way to get the ball back in the pocket. He's gone high his last 2 shots. Puts a little extra oomph on that one, and it goes Brooklyn. Or sorry, it goes washout. A little early in the morning here in Vegas, folks. Leaves the 1-2-6-10. Almost the super washout, but the 4 got out. 47 pin deficit for Steve Anderson. Against Walter Ray Williams Jr. Nice pickup there for Vernon. So he converts the washout in the 7th. Steve Anderson just has to get comfortable here. Bowl like he did all week long. And it's got to be tough going up against a guy like Walter Ray. Eric Forkel, a familiar name to a lot of bowling fans. Eric bowled on the Professional Bowlers Association Tour for a long time. Working on a double. Lefty gets another one, 3 in a row. He's up by 40 against Vernon after 7 frames here in game 1. Anderson with the missed makeable there in the 7th. Falls even further behind. Nightmare start for Steve Anderson. Forkel with another strike. And Walter Ray with a much better looking shot after that flat 10 in the last frame. Better looking shot there from Vernon in the 8th. As we've only got a couple of frames to go now in our opening game. Once again, you can find the live scoring at bowl.com/Senior Masters if you would like to follow the progress of matches other than the ones that we have here for you on Bowl TV this morning. Oh, another split on that right lane for Vernon. That is for Anderson. That is 3 splits in a row on the right lane. way things are going, it may be a walk in the park here for Walter Ray. He's going to be up by a huge margin here after the first game. Eric Forkel continuing to bowl well. He's got 5 in a row now. Forkel up by 50 pins. Heading into the 10th frame of game 1. Forkel has a chance to strike out here in the 10th frame for 261. Hits the first one in the 10th. The only non-strike Forkel has is in that 4th frame when he left the split and then got nothing on the fill ball. Second shot, and Anderson with another errant shot. Doesn't leave a split this time, but his last 4 shots in a row have been 7 counts on the first ball. That's just not going to be enough to take down one of the greatest players the game has ever seen in Walter Ray Williams Jr. Open frame for Anderson, and Walter Ray in great shape. But remember, it's double elimination, so you have to lose twice to get knocked out of the tournament. So losers in this round obviously survive for at least one more round. Eric Forkel, 250 first game. Walter Ray with another good-looking strike. Vernon can strike out for 211. Still be down by 39 pins after the first game. Better than the alternative. Let's see what Vernon does here in the 10th. It's a little right. Gets the little light hit to carry, though, for the strike, and 3 in a row for Mitch Vernon. Walter Ray can strike out for 268. Looks like he's probably going to have at least a 100-pin lead going into game 2. Pulled that one. Lucky to break up the split. Leaves the 4. Big shot for Vernon here, trying to get all he can in the 10th. Doesn't get the 10 out. Once again, you can follow the live scoring at bowl.com/seniormasters. Walter Ray, 245. Eric Forkel leads Mitch Vernon 250 to 200 after game 1, so 50-pin lead for Forkel. Anderson going to be in the 140s if he makes the spare. So he'll be down about 100 pins going into game 2. Forkel with a split to start the second game. Final shot of game 1 for Steve Anderson. And it's a game he would like to forget, I think. 147, down by 98 pins after the first game to Walter A. Williams Jr. And as you're watching the live scoring, you'll see that the pinfall after the first game is all the way on the right, on the same line as the name. And that'll update after each game so you can figure out the 3-game totals. This is just our first round of matches. We've got 6 rounds today for you here on Bowl TV. 3 rounds tomorrow morning, and then the stepladder finals tomorrow afternoon. We will have the top 5 stepladder right here live on Bowl TV tomorrow. Excuse me, at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time is when we will get started with the stepladder finals here on Bowl TV, so be sure to tune in for that. Better looking shot out of Steve Anderson, and maybe that'll help him get a little more comfortable. Nothing like a nice strike to loosen up the arm swing a little bit, relax the mind. Just a reminder, for those of you just tuning in, this is 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners of these matches. Anderson can put a double on the board here. He started the first game with a double, and he does so again here in the second. I think he probably realizes at this point that he's going to have to throw a couple of huge games to have any chance here. Williams matches the double. It's gotten ugly in the other match. Neither player has gotten more than 8 on their first ball this game. Forkel ends that though. Well, Forkel stopped the string of ugly shots for one frame and then went back to it. Left the washout. Forkel still leading in the match by 41 pins. Nice washout conversion there by Eric Forkel. Well, if you're Steve Anderson, you just got to take baby steps here. You're down 98, have an opportunity to cut it by 11 with a strike here. It's a little better. I mean, it's real tough when you're not getting any breaks like that, though. Makes a good shot, leaves the 10 pin. Nice shot by Vernon. Thanks for tuning in this morning, live on Bowl TV. We're at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. You're watching the USBC Senior Masters opening round of match play. Game number 2 in our 3-game total pinfall matches. Walter Ray Williams Jr. leading by 98 pins on Steve Anderson. And Eric Forkel leading Mitch Vernon by 41 pins. Seven-pin lead for Walter Ray. But he's only given back a pin to Steve Anderson, so Walter Ray still up by 97. As we're closing in on the halfway point of these matches. A little bit of a weak 7 there for Forkel. Still up by 40 in that match. Walter Ray likes that one off his hand as he strikes in the 5th. Game 2 has not been real pretty in the match between Forkel and Vernon. 2 strikes and 4 frames between the players. There's another flat 7 for Eric Forkel and a adjustment or ball change may be coming after back-to-back flat sevens. Anderson with a double. So he's just got to try to slowly chip away at it here. He's now down by 87, which already sounds better than 98. And if Anderson strikes again here in the sixth, he will be down by 77. There it is. Anderson off to a good start this game. Making up some ground. Walter now saying maybe I'm going to have to work a little harder for this. Vernon up in the fifth. That's going to go a little bit left. Oh, no, it holds. Lofted it a little bit to get it down the lane a little bit further. Even though it was inside of where he had been, it did hold for the strike. Walter Ray looking for a double, and he gets the job done and pushes his lead back to 87. Once again, you can see the scoreboards for any pair in the bowling center here live at bowl.com/seniormasters. Just click on the results page. And you'll find the link for the live scoring. You can click around and see the status of all the different matches going on. Walter Ray trying to push his lead back to 97 here. Oh, wow. A little bit high on that shot. Leaves the 7-9 split. Wasn't that bad, but the ball was a little high and sailed past the 9-pin. 7-pin was still standing there. There's a tiny little light at the end of the tunnel now for Steve Anderson. If he can continue to strike. An open frame for Walter Ray has a bad break there in the seventh. So a huge opportunity here for Steve Anderson to get back in this match. And he goes high and gives it right back. Leaves the split. And that, when we look back at this match, may be the shot that ended this whole thing. Just a huge missed opportunity there for Anderson, with only 13 frames left in the match. Forkel entered this game up by 50. He's now up by just 35. He's only got one strike this game. So that one's getting much tighter. Anderson cuts it a little thin and in front of the 7. Dang near made that. But open frames for both Walter Ray and for Steve in the 7th, and Anderson down by 87 with 3 frames left here in game 2 and all of game 3 to go. Another split for Anderson, and this one might be on the verge of being over if Walter Ray can step up and throw a couple of strikes in the 8th and 9th. May not have too much work to do here in this match to lock up a round 1 victory. so important to stay in the winner's bracket in this double elimination match play format. It's very difficult to make the finals if you lose in the first few rounds. You've got to bowl every single round if you lose in this round. Another open frame by Anderson. Vernon with an open. So Vernon down by 40. Shot by Walter Ray, rebounding after the 7-9 split in the 7th. Strike here, Walter Ray be up by more than 100 for the first time in the match. Walter Ray puts the double on the board and is now leading by 108 pins. Oh, a little backdoor strike there for Steve Anderson. Forkle finally puts another strike on the board. It's only his second of the game after 8 frames. Still up by 40. 2 frames to go here in game 2. There's a double for Anderson. Get to 224 this game. Way better than his 147 opener. Unfortunately, Walter Ray can get to 233 this game. Forkle with a double, pushing the lead back to 50. .223, excuse me, for Anderson here in game 2. As Walter Ray can still get to 233 this game, and if he strikes out, Walter Ray will have a 108 pin lead going into the final game of the match. See, Chris Barnes is in the chat. Probably won't be long before Chris Barnes is bowling the Senior Masters. Yes, I just went there, Chris. I'll expect an angry text later for that one. Walter Ray, 4 strikes in a row. Puts him in the 230s this game. Vernon in the 190s and get the 191 with a strike on the fill. And ends up with 188. So 233 for Walter Ray, as he sits at 478 for the first 2 games and has a 108-pin lead. If Forkel makes the spare here and strikes on the fill, he'll shoot 189 and he will have a 51-pin lead going into Game 3. For those of you just tuning in, I know there's a lot of you just turning on broadcast for the first time today. We are live at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is our first round of matches here at the USBC Senior Masters. Senior Masters, 310 of the world's top bowlers age 50 and older competing here this week, and we're down to 64 who advance to match play. Stepladder finals will take place tomorrow afternoon. 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern. I hope that you will join me for the Stepladder finals tomorrow, as it should be entertaining. It was a great finals last year when Pete Weber defeated Lenny Borsch in the final frame for the title. Took Forkel a while to shoot that spare, but he gets it. He's going to maintain about a 50-pin lead going into the last game. That's the worst shot we've seen Walter Ray throw the whole match, but I think Walter Ray may be spending a little bit of time this game looking around and getting a feel for maybe some other bowling balls, some other lines, see what's out there, and heading into the next round. Have a little bit more flexibility when you're up by more than 100 pins in a match. 189 for Forkel. Forkel leads 439 to 388. That is a 51-pin lead for Forkel. Double to start for Anderson, and again, even though it looks like he's probably going to get knocked into the elimination bracket here, he's not knocked out of the tournament because it's double elimination. Second round of matches will start pretty much right after this round ends. It takes a little bit of time to get the bracket board updated and get the recap sheets ready and the names in the computer, but it's usually 5 or 10 minutes or so after they finish before they get started with the next round, so there shouldn't be too much of a break. The only real break we have today is after the third round of match play. We have a lunch and a re-oil break. Ray comes up a little light, leaves the 2-pin. Vernon trying to claw his way back in this match against Forkel. He has started off with a double. That leaves the 4-pin on that shot, so Vernon has made up 9 pins so far in this game. He's still down by 42. Not out of it yet. Well, Anderson's finally gotten loose and striking, but maybe too little too late. I mean, like I said, you absolutely never know in these matches, but I would be shocked if Walter Ray gave up a 108-pin lead going into Game 3, especially when he's clean through 4 with a double. Well, like I said, you never know. Gets closer with each frame. now Walter Ray leads by 74. With a half a game to go. Now a big 4 for Walter Ray. So Anderson must keep striking here to keep his hopes alive. There's another one, front 6 for Steve Anderson. Anderson now down just 48 pins with 4 frames to go. A chance for Anderson to cut it to 38 with a strike here. What did I tell you, folks? These matches are never over, even when you think they are. There's another one, front 7. It is all of a sudden a 38-pin match after it was 108 going into this last game. And now Walter Ray is feeling the pressure. Mitch Vernon with a split in the 5th. And Mitch is down by more than 50 pins with about half a game to go. All right, here's Walter Ray in the 7th. Last time on this lane he came up light. This time he packs all 10 back for a strike. Did not make up any, or did not add to his lead at all on that shot. So Walter Ray a chance to push his lead back to 48 here with a strike for a double. That's a great shot. Hall of Fame strike right there. When you think about it, Walter Ray just needs 193 for the shutout, even if Anderson shoots 300. And right now, Walter Ray going at a 200 pace with that double. So Anderson must strike, and he doesn't. Give him credit for just about climbing over the hill here. And Anderson He's going to come up short. He made it interesting there for a couple of frames, but he really had to punch out for the 300 to have a chance to win the match. And it looks like Walter Ray is going to survive I will say, a slight scare. His wife Paige down here, she looked a little bit more nervous than Walter Ray did before Walter Ray threw that double. And whoa, look out. Anderson, a little footwork trouble there, and goes over the line, and they're going to have to mark that down as a foul. So Anderson with some trouble there on that sphere, but doesn't matter anyways. .58-pin lead for Eric Forkel in our other match, as they are in the back half of the final game here. They're correcting the score in the for Anderson there. Had the foul in the 8th. Followed it up with a strike, but Walter Ray is going to have enough to survive and stay in the winner's bracket here in round 1. Like I said, it got close there for a couple of minutes. Walter Ray's ball reaction looking pretty solid once again. Vernon looking a little bit lost over there. I think it's at least the 3rd time in this match that he's left a 3-6-9-10. DeRay with a 10-pin in the 10th. I think the next round is supposed to start at 9:30. Vernon misses all of the pins there in the gutter, and that one might be just about over as well. Brian Voss in some trouble off to the left of our featured pair. He's only up by 6 with 2 frames to go. Keep you updated on that. Ray closes it out with a 9-pin, 208. He shoots 686 to win the match. I'm going to call an audible here and try to get you a little bit of a look at the Brian Voss final, the final frame of that one, because Forkel is going to win and Walter Ray is going to win. Try to adjust things a bit here. There is Voss. Looks like our night shot got turned on accidentally. Sorry about that. Try to zoom in a bit here. Voss is up by 6 pins going into the 10th. But Shirless is working on a strike. So Voss does not control his own destiny here in the 10th, and he leaves a 10 pin. So Shirless is going to need the first one in the 10th, looks like, to beat Voss. So this has gotten pretty interesting here. Voss was leading by 21 coming into this game. Ooh, and he just does make the spare. That was huge. If Voss strikes on the fill, he'll shoot 581. And that will force Shirless to throw the first one in the 10th. And he does get the strike, but it was not a solid strike by any means. I was trying to get my tripod to work a little better there so we can take a little bit better look at Shirless. Needs a strike and count to win the match here against Voss. And oh wow, look at the 7-pin lead for Shirless. And Voss is going to survive and advance in the winner's bracket. Wow. Shirless had the upset in his grasps, but was not able to get the carry at the end there. And Brian Voss survives. Looking around to see if there's any other matches that are close by that are close here. All right, we got Tish Johnson up by 3. You can see Tish off to the left there. She just left a 7-pin. She's bowling Ricky Woods down there. The other match you can see right in front of us is Dave Arnold against Keene, and Arnold in good shape to win that one. I think Johnson actually was down a couple of pins going into the 10th frame. She's only going to be in the 170s here. Tish, the only woman who made the cut into bracket play. Brian Voss ended up winning 581 to 575, by the way. Tish Johnson finishes that match 177 for 627. Woods is going to need 186 to win the match, and Woods doesn't even look like he needs a mark here in the final frame. Well, he might actually. Let's see here. I think he's going to need to make it here. Needs 186. Well, he needs to. Actually, I think that was enough right there to get it by a pin. If he'd gotten 7 on that shot, it would have been interesting. Makes the spare. It's enough. And Ricky Wood's going to beat Tish Johnson. Well, most of the other matches are wrapping up right now. See anything that really is within our camera range here to show you. Peter Knopp, the German, just struck first shot in the 10th to beat Bo Gergen. Unfortunately, we got a post between us and that match, so we couldn't get a look at it. Should get started about 9:30 in about 20 minutes with the next round. See if I can spin the camera around. I don't know if we can get a look at it or not. I think my other camera is going to be in the way. It's nice to have a house where it's a split house because I can just kind of point it behind me here. We've got Wayne Webb and Kenny Parks bowling down there. Webb just struck first shot in the 10th. Lane's going to be just over 700. And I think that he has shut out Kenny Parks. I don't see any matches that are near us here that are too terribly close. Yeah, Park's too far behind to come back in that one. So no bowling going on within our range right now. There is a match down on 27 and 28 that has 3 frames to go. I can't really tell what the score is in that match. See everybody moving around, and all the players heading over to the bracket board, which is off in the distance. That's our bracket board there being updated. All right, so don't go too far, folks, because our next round of matches going to be getting started here in a couple of minutes. Looks like Dale Traber coming to 15 and 16, which is our one of our featured pairs. And as we take a look at Tim Robin and Greg Moore down there updating the bracket board. You can see the slot machines in the distance here at the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. Still got another frame and a half to go. Down on 27 and 28. As they're starting to put the names in the scoring system here to get us started. I think it's going to be Dale Traber against Jack Jurek in one of our featured matches. Find out here shortly. Like I said, it's going to take a couple of minutes to get all the names typed into the scoring system, get the bracket board updated. You can see them down there. Tim Robin writing on the bracket board, getting the winners and losers updated, and Eric Pearson will be, you see Eric in the white shirt there sitting there. He's going to be updating the website, typing in those scores. They've still got 10th framed bull and And one match down on 27 and 28. Looks like Kress will defeat Brown in that match. Scheduled to start the next round in about 10 minutes. Looks like our other featured match is going to be Rich Abood against Joe Salvemini. So we'll have that one, and we'll have Jack Jurek against Dale Traber. So a couple of interesting matches coming up in the next round here on our featured pairs. Again, we're about 10 minutes from getting started here with round 2 at the Senior Masters. Stand by, everybody.
that maybe 40 years. Hard to tell back then, Joe, with black and white on or 9mm. No, and I was sweating, wondering if you were maybe supposed to be. I don't know. Well, I knew that. I'm not making an opinion. I just think that it's one of those really good movies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the next round. minutes of the records, 201.
All right, we're ready to get started with next round here. Got Dale Traber, won the Senior Masters a couple of times, now in the USBC Hall of Fame, taking on Jack Jurek. And Joe Salvemini against Rich Abood in our other match. Joe kicked things off on the left side of your screen here. All right, here's our first frame out of Jack Jurek. Jack bowled well so far in qualifying this week, earned the number 2 seed. Rich Abood kicks things off with a double to start. And for those of you who are just tuning in, these matches are 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners. Everybody is bowling in this round. All 64 players who advanced to match play are still in the tournament. We've got 32 in the winner's bracket and 32 in the elimination bracket, so we will lose 16 players in this round. These matches are both winner's bracket matches, though. Traber with a 4-pin there. Match tied up after a couple of frames. This is our second round of matches. I had one round this morning here live on Bowl TV. We'll have another one after this before they re-oil the lanes. And 3 more rounds this afternoon. Everything leading up to tomorrow afternoon when the stepladder finals will take place right here live on Bowl TV at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. That is when we will have our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters Stepladder Finals. Rich Abood trying to stay perfect here through 3, and he does, and he leads by 20. Shot by Jurek for the double. He leads by 10 against Traberdale. Jurek pulled that one and leaves the baby split. 310 on the deck for Jurek here. See if Jack can make the baby split, and he knew as soon as he let it go that he missed left on that shot and ends up with an open frame, and so Traber takes the lead by a couple of pins here. Salvemini with a whiff of the head pin to the left. Trails by 18 against Abood. Dale Traber, nice looking shot in the fourth as he leads by 4 early on in these matches. 3 games total pinfall, so it takes a while to get settled in and identify any trends in these matches. We do have live scoring if you would like to watch, or not watch, but track a match that's in progress other than the ones on the featured pairs. You can see the scoreboards just as we see them here at bowl.com/seniormasters and click on the results page. You'll see the link for the live scoring right there. And that'll allow you to click on any of the 64 lanes and see the scoreboard. Jurek finds himself trailing by 14 halfway through game 1. Boone missed that single pin. Still leads by 6 though against Salvemini. Nice rebound there for Rich. Strike on the board, and let's see what Dale Traber does here in the 6th frame, working on a double. He's all the way on the right side of your screen. This pair could set up pretty nicely for Dale. Dale likes to play out, and Walter Ray broke him down pretty good out there in the first match on that pair. So that could play into Dale Traber's favor in this match. Jack Jurek pretty good at playing out there too, but so far it's been all Traber in this match. He is up by 25. Joe gets a strike on the board for a double. And that is a lead change as he goes up by 4. Ten pin for Traber. Traber trying to cover up the 10 here. Gets the spare. Still up by 24. Still early in these matches, though. A long ways to go. Got to get all the way through 3 full games on the same pair of lanes. Joe misses that one to the left. Not real happy about that. Leading by 2 pins is South Emily against Abood. Let's see what Jack Jurek does here. You can see Jack standing way further left than Dale Traber. He's playing a little bit left of Traber. Just a little bit left to right. But not too much. Kind of playing the track area there. And Jurek with the strike down 24. Chance for a double here for Jurek. He had one earlier in the game and puts another one on the board. Cuts that deficit down to 14. Eighth frame for Traber. Flat 10. Doesn't look like Dale's having any problem getting to the pocket. It's just going to be a matter of whether he can carry those hits. Abood, 3 in a row. He is up by 22 now on South Emily. That 3-bagger. It's the second time this game that Rich has put 3 strikes together. Appreciate everybody tuning in this morning for our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Almost 1,000 viewers, so thank you very much. That's way more than we had last year for the first day of match play at the Senior Masters as Joe sends the messenger across for the strike in the 8th. Hope that you will join us tomorrow afternoon for the stepladder finals, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Traber gets the 7 pin to fall forward for the strike in the 9th. See if Joe can put a double on the deck. Nope. Leaves a 6 pin. Not real happy about it either. Jurek trying to extend his string of strikes here from a double to a triple. And he does on a great looking shot there. Shot of the match so far for Jack Jurek. Jurek, 10th frame, working on 3 in a row. Oh, wow. Got lucky to get that 4 out, but leaves the 10. And he is trailing by 4. Here's Abood. Wow, lucky break there for the strike as that one crosses over. That is 4 strikes in a row for Rich Abood. Jurek finishes at 213. Traber can strike out for 238, and he'd have a nice lead going into game 2. Rich Abood trying to close out this game with a big one here, and that is 6 strikes in a row, and he can strike on the fill for 256. Traber with a messenger. How about that? Dale trying to put another one on the board, and he gets the 7 to fall again. And Dale Traber with some good carry here in the 10th frame. Going to push him into the 230s this game, and about a 25-pin lead. Dale Traber going into game 2. South with a strike in the 10th. Max for him is 218. Rich Abood 253. Traber with a pocket 6-pin for 237. Saw Robert Lawrence do that yesterday on our live stream pairs. So a 24-pin lead for Traber after game 1. South Emney trying to get as much as he can here in the final frame. He stumbles a little bit with his footing and gets the strike anyways. That'll get him into the 2 teams. 217 for Salvemini. 36-pin lead for Rich Abboud in that one. Traber with a 4-pin to start game 2. All right, so just to recap where we're at in these two matches after the first game, it's Rich Abboud leading by 36, Dale Traber leading by 24. Joe with the spare in the second. Once again, you can follow the live scoring at bowl.com/Senior Masters. You can find the link there for the live scoring. And you'll be able to follow any of the matches in the bowling center right now. Abboud has looked pretty solid so far, looking for a double to start game 2. That ball reaction still looking real solid for Rich Abboud here. Abboud leading by 46 pins at this point. That one's a little right, but look at it come back. And well, lost a little bit of energy going into the pocket and ends up leaving the 10 pin. So he'll be shooting the spare in the third. Well, Wayne Webb off to our left, shot 269 the first game and has the front 5 this game, so he's on fire in this round. He's bowling Garrick, and Wayne's got a big lead in that one, about 60 pins or so. Salvemini, third frame. Good shot. Got a lot of work to do, though, to make up the hole he's dug himself in the first 13 frames of this match. Traber continuing to look pretty solid here. Spare double to start this game after shooting 237 in game one. You can see how far right Dale is playing with his feet. He drifts a little bit to the left, but ball reaction's been pretty good. Doesn't get the tap on the 7 there, though. He is still leading by 35 pins at this point. Another round after this one, and then we'll have a break to re-oil the lanes. And then after that oil break, 3 more rounds this afternoon here at the Senior Masters live on Bowl TV. Every round is live right here on Bowl TV. Well, Jack Jurek's got to find a way to start throwing the ball a little bit better here. If he wants to make a run at this match. That was a better looking shot for Jurek in the 4th. No change in Rich Aboud's ball reaction, is it? Still looks fantastic. Another good looking shot out of Jurek, and that may be the momentum that he needs to get something going here. There are a couple of great shots in the 4th and the 5th here in game 2. Aboud pulls that one, 3-6-9-10. He's still up by 45 if he makes the spare. Dale Traber, 5th frame. Good shot, ring 10. Aboud makes the tough spare. Traber with a strike, as we are now past the halfway point of the match. Traber leading by 24. We are at the halfway point in the other match as well. Aboud leading Salvemini by 45. Game and a half to go in both matches. Wayne Webb off to our left with the front 8. Keep an eye on that. Told you earlier he was bowling well. And that has continued. Wayne looks like he's on his way to a win in the match. Jack Jurek with another strike, 3 in a row for him as he narrows the gap a bit here. It's now a 14-pin deficit for Jack Jurek. Jack came over the top of that one a little bit, leaves it 3-6, 10. Abood's starting to lose the feel a little bit here the last couple of frames. Wayne Webb is up on the far left side of your screen, and he just popped the 9-pin out for the front 9. Jack Jurek just made that spare, but barely. So I imagine y'all want to take a look at Wayne Webb and see if he can finish it off. So he's going to bowl real quick here. Let me slide the camera over if I can get it unlocked in time. There's Wayne, the front 9. And oh my goodness, a crushed 9-pin for Wayne Webb to end the run at a perfect game. It's a classic Wiseman jinx right there. Come back over in time to see Traber throw a double. Traber misses the head pin to the right. Haven't seen him do much of that. Tough break for Wayne Webb on that front 9 with the 9-pin. Aaron Smith just sent me a message and said, Wiseman jinx, the hashtag. Yes, unfortunately, Wayne did not get the 300. The good news for him is he's up real big in that match. He's going to be up by about 100 pins going into the last game. Dale Traber covers up the spare. Still up by 24. As we head to a close here in game 2 of 3. South Emily light and leaves the 6-9. He has not thrown a double in this game. Looked like Jurek got that one just a little bit right. Ball used up a little too much energy and leaves the 10. You're going to have to set the spare up for Joe. That'll take just a minute. Good time to reset everything. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bold TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning here in Las Vegas. at the South Point Bowling Center. Our live coverage of the Senior Masters match play bracket will continue throughout the day today and tomorrow, and it will end with the stepladder finals tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bowl TV. And a much better looking shot for Jack Jurek in the ninth, as he trails by 25. I got the spare set back up for Joe here. You can shoot it. It's a 6.9 in the 7th frame. Hooking it across at it, and it just does get the ball to hook enough for the spare. South Ebony with a strike in the 8th. Dale Traber looking to close this thing out here and bowl another game in the 230s. Good looking shot. Greg in the chat says that he thinks Jack Jurek is going to win this match. I don't know that I would necessarily bet on that, Greg. I think Dale Traber's ball reaction has looked real good. I think Jack Jurek's ball reaction is looking better. But will it be good enough to overcome potentially a 30-plus pin deficit in the final game? We'll have to wait and see. I think if Traber can get the ball to drive through the pocket, he's going to be fine. If he starts leaving flat 10s, he could be in trouble. And that one goes high and leaves a 9-pin. Traber's going to be at 224, and if Jurek strikes out, he can get to 234, which would make it a 14-pin match going into the final game. Like I said, Jurek's ball reaction is starting to look better and better. He's starting to make better shots as well. Let's say Jurek's down 14 going into the last game, you would have to think he's going to have to bowl in the 240s, 230s or 240s to probably win the match. And right now, it looks like he probably has ball reaction to do that. He's in a good place right now. Put him in the 230s. He's going to gain 10 pins on Traber this game if he strikes on the fill. Well, Joe makes the spare after chucking it in the channel in the first shot. South Emily down by 43 against Abood, heading into the 10th frame of game 2. Fill ball for Jurek is a strike, 234. Traber up by 14 going into the final game. Joe with a crossover strike in the 10th. Here's Traber. Good looking shot. Start off our final game of the match. Jurek is going to take a re-rack. Wayne Webb is bowling a huge series. 548 for the first two, and he's got the front 5 again. Tough break there for Jurek. Leaves a 7-pin. .207 for South Emily. Abood with the first one in the 10th puts him into teens at least, so he will gain some more ground this game. Jurek with a strike in the second. Abood can strike out for 225. He'd pick up another 18 pins this game, and that would put him up 54 going into the last game. Pretty solid strike right there. Traber trying to put a double on the board early here and push that lead back to 24. Didn't look like he threw that one very well. Yanked the tar out of it. Leaves the 3-6. He's not happy. He's chirping at himself. Gives the business to the score monitor machine there. Big 4 for Abood on the fill. 221. He's up by 50. Sorry, by 50 going into the last game. Third frame, Dale Traber. Comes up light, leaves the 7. By the way, Wayne Webb did leave a single pin in the 6th, so he will not bowl 300 this game. He does have a very good chance to get to 800, though, for the series. Traber hangs on for the spare. Big shot here for Jurek. If he strikes, he pulls to within single digits in the match. And there it is, double for Jurek, and that'll give him a chance to take the lead in the 4th. Traber has led most of the match, if not all of the match. A 3-pin lead for Dale Traber now. As Jurek steps up in the 4th, an opportunity to strike to take the lead. Oh, and he pulled it a little bit. But look at it hold. Oof. Yeah, you could tell by his hand motion there that came over the top of it. Gets away with the hold on that shot. So Jurek is now in the lead by a couple of sticks here, and Traber has to get back on it. Double dribble for Traber on that shot, but gets the strike. Salvemini trying to mount a big comeback here against Abood, down by 50 coming into this game. He's now down 39. He can cut it to 29 with a strike, and he does. Dale Traber down by 7, working on a strike. If he strikes here, he'll go up by 3. Another double dribble. And another strike for Traber as he takes the lead by 3 in the 5th. Very close match here between Traber and Jurek. Salvemini trying to make his match close. He's down by 29 and mounting a comeback quickly. Can cut it to 19 with another strike right here. And Joe Salvemini, with 3 in a row, has all of a sudden cut it down to 19 in just 2.5 frames. Here's Jurek working on 3 in a row to take the lead back by 7. And he does. 4 strikes in a row for Jack Jurek, half a game to go. And he leads by 7 pins against Dale Traber. Abood's got to get it back together here. That looks better. Oh, and he almost 5-7-10s, leaves the 7-10 split. Rich Abood suddenly in a lot of trouble. They're going to have to set that 7-pin back up. Jack Jurek can push his lead to 17 with a strike right here. And he yanks it again on that lane and leaves the 4-pin. Lucky it wasn't worse. That could have been much worse for Jack Jurek right there, as he leaves just the 4-pin. A lot of folks tuning in. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining me this morning here in Las Vegas. A pleasure to bring you the action here at the South Point Bowling Center. Our stepladder finals are going to take place tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Abood takes the opportunity to throw a different ball to look at ball reaction instead of taking a pin there, which is probably a smart move. Wayne Webb, you see him off to the far left side of your screen. He's going to bowl an 800 series in his match, and he's going to win big. This is a big shot for Dale Traber on the far right side of your screen. And Dale gets the 4 out for 3 in a row. And Dale Traber leads by 4. Wayne Webb just struck again. He's going to be in the 270s. All right, Traber working on 3 in a row and leading in the match by just a few pins, and a flat weak 10 there for Dale Traber. He leads by 3 with the spare. South-Emity trying to continue to mount the comeback here, working on 3 in a row. He's running it out and leaves the 7. Tough lead for Joe on a good shot. Had he struck on that shot, Joe would have taken the lead in the match. He's down by 4. Wayne Webb finishes it out with a strike for 279. And an 827 series. 827 to 677. Wayne Webb wins. Dale Traber with the spare. So both these matches are very, very close. Joe covers up the spare. Jack Jurek, no chance to take the lead on this shot since he's only working on a spare. But he sets it up for the 8th and an opportunity to take the lead again against Traber. Jurek trailing by 3. Oh boy, big split for Joe South-Emity as he leaves the 3-6-7-9. Here's Jurek. He can take the lead by 7 with a strike. Coming down to the closing finish here, and Jurek with a big double to take the lead in the 8th. Back and forth in this match in the final game. We've got 2.5 frames to see how it turns out. South-Emity with an open in the 5th. Abood leading by 22 with a spare in the 5th. Here's Dale Traber, all the pressure right back on him now here in the 8th frame. And Traber tugged that one and leaves the 3-6. Not a great shot there. Must make spare here in the 8th for Traber. Cleans up the mess there. 2 frames to go. Abood with an open in the 5th. So he's letting Simultaneous hang in there. Rich leads by 10. Half a game to go. All right, here's Traber in the 9th. He now trails by 9. 2 frames to go. And he gets the strike. But Jurek is going to have a chance to step up here in the 9th and 10th and close out this match. The best that Dale Traber can shoot is 697. Jack Jurek would need 251 to close that out, and he does have an opportunity to shut out Dale Traber. He pulls that one, and somehow it holds and gets a strike for 3 in a row. So I believe that Jurek is going to need the first one in the 10th here to lock up the win. Jurek goes 9 spare strike here. He shoots 248. And Traber would have a chance to throw 3 strikes in the 10th to beat him by a couple of pins. So Jurek needs the first one in the 10th to lock up the win as Simultaneous leaves another split, the same exact split, this time on the right lane. That is still a close match, but here is Jack Jurek. Jurek needs a strike to lock up the win, otherwise Dale Traber will have a chance, and Jurek threw that one pretty good. Gets the strike 4 in a row, and that's going to be a winner. Jack Jurek here in this match against Traber. Jurek found the ball reaction at the end of Game 2 and carried it forward into Game 3. And he will have enough to beat Dale Traber in a very high-scoring match here between these 2 great bowlers. Jurek, that one was left of where he was before and still holds. And he's going to put him in the 260s this game. And a great close to the match by Jack Jurek to win this match against Dale Traber. Traber will head into the elimination portion of the bracket. Our 3rd round coming up just a few minutes after they finish up this round. They've got to get all the bracket boards updated, get the recap sheets done, get the names in the computers, and round 3 will get started. But how about Jack Jurek? Closing with 267. Shakes Dale Traber's hand, and Dale realized not much that he could do about it. And I said at the start of this game that Jurek was going to need probably in the 240s to win this match, and he bowls in the 260s. And it turns out he probably did need to be in the 240s or better to win the match, because Traber can get to 236. Kind of figured Traber was going to be in that 230 range. Traber's ball reaction just couldn't get it over the hump into the next level of scoring. He also made a couple of bad shots as well, which hurt his chances. "21-pin lead for Abood on the far left side of your screen, working on a strike and leaves the baby split with the sleeper. Seems like neither guy wants to win that match as they keep going back and forth here. I think we have the potential of a great 3rd round match on our live streaming pairs shaping up. I I think there's a chance it could be Parker Bone against Amleto Monticelli in the next round on our live stream pairs. So we'll have to wait and see how those matches finish. And what a split conversion there for Aboud. Number 235. So the final score, Jack Jurek 714, Dale Traber 696. Big shot here for Salvemini. Working on a strike, leaves the 6-pin. Really needed that strike right there. Doesn't get it. Covers it up. Salvemini still down 21 with 2 frames to go here. Joe says, why couldn't I have done that in the 8th frame? Frame and a half to go. Rich Aboud stepping up in the 9th, still leading by 21. Oh, wow. Real lucky that he did not leave a split right there. Aboud needs 163 for the shutout, so we need to double in the 10th. So Aboud needs a double here to shut him out. He gets the first one. So it's come down here to the 10th frame in this one as well. Rich Aboud, if he strikes here, he will win the match. And the messenger goes in front of the 10. Salvemini is going to have a chance. Aboud finishes at 635. And Salvemini needs all 3 in the 10th. win by 1. So here we go. Joe Salvemini needs 3 strikes in the 10th frame to win the match by a single pin. Here's the first shot. And he nailed it. Gets the first one. He's 2 away from a win. Parker Bone just doubled in the 10th to beat Paul McCordick in a close match. And here we go. Joe Salvemini must strike on this shot. He must throw the next 2 strikes to win the match by a pin. He's the only bowler bowling right now on this side of the house. And oh, he trips the 6 and gets the strike 3 in a row. He's 1 strike away from winning the match by a pin. What a finish here to this match. Can you believe the finish to this one? If he strikes, he wins by 1. If he gets 9, we have a tie. Anything less than 9, and Rich Abood wins the match. Here we go. Double dribble. He's running it out, and he gets 9, and we tie. Wow. And we will have a tiebreaker, 635 to 635. So now they'll get a tournament official down there, and they will go over the tie-breaking procedures. According to the USBC Senior Masters rules, if a match ends in a tie, a 1-ball roll-off will be bowled on the same pair of lanes to break the tie, with each bowler starting on the lane where they finished the match. Should a tie exist after the first ball and or subsequent balls, the bowlers will continue to switch lanes until a tie is broken. The bowler on the odd lane will start. So they will get set up for the tiebreaker. And it's going to be 1 ball. Sudden death. Next round, it looks like we're going to have Parker Bone III against Amleto Monticelli right here on our live stream pairs. So stand by for that. Well, I'm not sure what the delay is here, but I see Joe Salvemini down there. I don't know where Rich Abood went. I think they went to get the tournament official. The rules used to be a full one game roll-off. And there was a rule change to make it a one ball sudden death roll-off. As tournament director Dwayne Hagan is explaining the rule. So Rich Abood is back now, and they're going to shake hands, and they're going to make this thing happen here. So they got to get the lanes turned on here, and we're going to have a one-ball sudden death roll-off between Rich Abood and Joe Salvemini. All right, they got the lanes on, and here we go. It's one ball to stay in the winner's bracket. The loser will head to the elimination bracket. And it looks like Rich Abood will start off the roll-off. Sudden death, one ball for each player. And Abood steps up very quickly and gets 9. Lucky to break it up there to get the 9. And so now Salvemini can win the match with a strike. And Salvemini is going to take a re-rack. He's going to slow things down a little bit here. Abood got up really quick and threw the shot, and now Salvemini is going to slow things down. Joe strikes here. He wins the match. If he gets 9, we have another one-ball roll-off. Anything less than 9, he loses. There's a strike, and Joe Salvemini has advanced in the sudden death roll-off, 10-9. The match is over. I believe we have Parker Bone III against Amleto Monticelli coming up next for you here on our live streaming pairs. So please stand by for that. That's going to be on 15 and 16. So a great match coming up here in just a few minutes. They're getting the bracket board updated, getting the names in the computers, and we should get started shortly here on Bowl TV. So stand by, everybody.
Yes, right.
Bowlers, if you please start your lanes. This is round 2 of the elimination, round 3 winners. All bowlers to your lanes, please. Bowlers are already ready to release on for 10 minutes of practice. Again, this is round 2 elimination, round 3 winners.
right, ready to go here. Practice wrapped up. We've got a couple of great matchups, including Amleto Monticelli versus Parker Bone III on 15 and 16. The other match, Mike Edwards versus Kent Wagner. These are both winners bracket matches. And they are resetting the pins here and get things underway. This would be a good time to post on Facebook and Twitter and let everybody know that we've got some great matches coming up this round, especially with a pair of Hall of Famers bowling, Parker and Amleto. So if you are just joining us, we're live at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Our third round of match play just getting started. Parker Bone III will kick things off in that match. It is a 3-game total pinfall match, and wow, what a tough break for Parker Bone as he leaves a pocket 7-10 to kick off this match. Again, 3 games total pinfall will determine the winner of these matches as Kent Wagner starts with a strike. Parker firing at the 7-10 and open frame for the Hall of Famer. Take a couple of minutes for everything to settle in here. These matches are a little different than sometimes the single game matches that you have. Three-game total pinfall allows the players to settle in a little bit more. It takes a little bit of time before we have an idea of how the match is going to shape up. Amleto Monticelli with a strike. But I can tell you, based on who has bowled on 15 and 16 previous to this, that this pair could shape up pretty well for Amleto Monticelli, because you had Walter Ray Williams Jr. bowl the first match on this pair, and then you had Dale Traber and Jack Jurek in the next match. And Traber and Williams played pretty far out. Jurek played around the track. And there should be a nice little hole that's opened up on the right side for Amleto Monticelli. Let's see what Amleto does here. And Amleto is a little bit further left, just a little bit further left than where Jurek was, not much. So Amleto should have room to the right, and we did see Jurek with hold on the inside in that last match. So that could shape up well for Amleto. On the flip side, Parker Bone III, of course, being a lefty, less traffic on the left side. But we did have a lefty in our first match on that pair. Steve Anderson bowled Walter Ray, shot 609 on this pair. Didn't throw the ball particularly well the first 2 games. The last game he bowled a little better, but a little bit of traffic on the left side that Parker Bone has to contend with from earlier today. And Parker off to a little bit of a slow start as Amleto has opened up a lead early on in this 3-game total pinfall match. Parker with a spare in the second. Already down 21 pins. Mike Edwards playing pretty far left, and he's out of the picture there as he stands on the approach to throw his third frame. Kind of zoom it out a little bit to make sure we catch everybody on the approach. Good looking shot by Parker Bone III. Kent Wagner stepping up now in the third frame. Thanks for tuning in to our live coverage here on Bowl TV. Always a pleasure to bring you the best senior bowlers in the world. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We are at the South Point Bowling Center. You can find the brackets and the live scoring at bowl.com/seniormasters. bowl.com/seniormasters. Double for Wagner as he pulls to within 2. Amleto with the 8-10 third. So an open frame potentially coming here for Amleto. That will tighten things up a bit. Amleto still leading by 7. Mike Edwards looking for a double to push his lead back to 12. And he does. Monticelli pulls that one a bit, gets the strike. Just tuning in, it's our third round of matches here at the Senior Masters. And we've got a couple of great matches, Amleto Monticelli versus Parker Bone III, and a matchup of Hall of Famers. And our other match is past Senior Masters champion Mike Edwards against Kent Wagner. Parker trying to put a double on the board for the first time in this match, and he rings a 7-pin. Mike Edwards with an open frame in the 5th. Three games. Total pinfall determines the winners. And we are just about a half a game in. Nice shot by Kent Wagner. 3 in a row for him. He leads by 13 pins now. Let's see what Parker does here in the 5th. Comes up light and leaves the 3-7-9 split. It's not a great start for Parker Bone III here in this match. Wagner with 4 in a row. He leads by 23 now. After this round, there is a break to re-oil. Parker Bone shooting the split takes 2. Should be a pretty quick break, I think an hour or so. And then we'll have 3 more rounds this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, 3 more rounds. And then the stepladder finals live here on Bowl TV tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. So for all of you out there watching right now, if you have an iPhone or any kind of mobile device, open it up, set a reminder, set an alarm, so that you remember to tune in for the stepladder finals tomorrow here on Bowl TV. Last year, we saw Pete Weber beat Lenny Borsch Jr. in the final frame, and it was thrilling, and we had lots of people tune in to watch. So you definitely won't want to miss that tomorrow afternoon here on Bowl TV. Monticelli with a double. As they reach the halfway point of game number 1 of 3 in this match. Monticelli up by 31 right now against Parker. And if Amletto can strike here, he'll go up 41. Amletto leaves the 2. Mike Edwards coming up light leaves the 2-8. Remember, this is the 3rd round of matches on these pairs. Lanes are very different than they were on the fresh this morning. But we will re-oil after this round and start again on the fresh after the break. Wagner continues the string of strikes. And there's a double for Parker, his first double of the game. And Keene has now pulled to within 20. Let's see what Amletto does here in the 7th. He is trying to stay ahead of Parker Bone. And I'm a little surprised that one didn't hook. Moves the 2-pin. Amletto is a little surprised too. Do me a favor, get on your Facebook and Twitter and share the USBC post that we put on there a couple of minutes ago with the picture of Amletto and Parker. And let's try to get as many people watching as we can. Just go to facebook.com/USBC and you'll see the photo of Parker and Amletto. I took it just before they started the match. Do me a favor, click the share button and let's get the word out about this match, because I have a feeling it's going to be a classic matchup here. And if you're on Twitter, follow USBC on Twitter at USBC and retweet the tweet with the picture in it of those two guys, because we want to give everybody an opportunity to watch this great match, because I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a one for the ages here, as Amletto leaves a flat 10, and that's never a good sign. You never want to see the ball go through the pins like that, and Amletto will be thinking about potentially his next adjustment after that shot. Mike Edwards looking for a double, trailing by 34, and he gets the 10 out. Now he trails by 24. Amletto gets the spare. Someone in the chat saying that Amleto may be a hair too deep, and I would tend to agree with that. He may need to shift everything just a little bit right. But we'll see what he does. Amleto's a Hall of Fame bowler. He knows what he's doing out there. Big shot coming here for Parker Bone III. He can get to within 8 pins if he strikes here. Pretty solid strike. Last 3 have been perfect. Parker Bone is going to have a chance to take the lead if he strikes here in the 9th. Take a 2-pin lead. So here we go, Parker Bone III, 9th frame. Four in a row. And here comes the lefty. Thanks to those of you in the chat who say you've shared the picture on Facebook. Definitely appreciate that. Help us get the word out. Out to 36 shares. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate that. If you haven't gone and shared the picture of Amleto and Parker, please do, as Amleto leaves the 4-6. Wow. The 4-pin wobbling a bit on that shot, and I thought that Amleto's ball reaction was going to be real good in this match, and so far he has he got off to a decent start, but has been struggling a bit here, and I'm a little surprised by that. I would have thought that this pair was set up pretty nicely for Amleto. It's not working out that way for him. Amleto Monticelli only 170 in the 9th frame. Kent Wagner shot 236, by the way. That looks a little better for Amleto. Mike Edwards can strike out for 223. No matter what, Kent Wagner is going to have the lead after game 1. Amleto leaves the 10 pin. So he's going to be at 190 with a spare. If there's a match you want to follow that we are not covering here on Bowl TV, you can use the live scoring to see the scoreboards. If you go to bowl.com/seniormasters, bowl.com/seniormasters, and you can find the link to the live scoring on that page. Mike Edwards' final shot of game 1 coming up here. He's thrown 4 in a row. Well, I guess we have to count that as 5 in a row. 223 for Mike Edwards. Let's see if Parker can close out this game on a high note. He can get to 235. Parker didn't like that one. Comes up light, leaves the 310. Parker makes the baby split. Going to be at 203 with the strike on the fill, and up by 13 pins. Well, Parker fills it with 7, 200, so a 10-pin lead for Parker. Leto trying to wheel on it a little bit there and leaves the 4-pin. And Leto just has not looked real comfortable here. Edwards, the light hit, crumbling the pins for the double. To recap where we're at here, right now, Mike Edwards leading by 7 against Kent Wagner. Parker Bone up by 10 on Amleto Monticelli. Wow. Parker threw that one out the window. Leaves the 1-3. Wagner looking for a double after starting with a spare, and he gets it. 4 in a row for Mike Edwards to start off game 2. A real interesting match between Monticelli and Bone right now. It's only at 10 pins. Monticelli is real comfortable. Bone got off to a slow start as well. Looks like Amleto is trying to pitch the ball further right now and gets the strike. Kent Wagner with a 10 pin. Ends his string at a double. Great shot by Amleto, and he may have finally found it. Spare double to start for Monticelli, as he has evened it up with Parker Bone III. Wagner with a strike in the 5th. Mike Edwards leading by 8 pins in that match. Parker Bone trying to put a double on the board to take the lead back by 10. And instead he leaves the Greek Church right through the face. Edwards going for the front 5. Comes up light, leaves the 2-8. Parker Bone takes 4 of the 5 on the Greek Church. Keeps that 6-pin standing though. And it is an open frame, and Monticelli has now taken the lead. 12-pin lead for Monticelli. So Amleto has thrown a couple of good shots in a row. Can he continue that here in the 4th and 5th frames? Crossover for Edwards leaves the 10. He's up by 6. Thanks for tuning in. Just at the noon hour here in Las Vegas at the South Point Bowling Center. Amleto Monticelli looking for another strike, and he gets it. 3 in a row for Amleto. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. A pleasure to bring you the action. We will have a real oil break after this round, and then we'll be back with 3 more rounds this afternoon live on Bowl TV. So long ways to go in match play here at the Senior Masters. Amleto with a blowout 7-10 split in the fifth. Wow. Tough break for Monticelli. Wagner with a double. Takes the lead back in that match. Hamletto shooting the 7-10 here, open frame. Kent Wagner, 3 in a row. Extends his lead against Mike Edwards. Game and a half left here in the third round of match play at the Senior Masters. Parker Bone looking for a double. Take the lead back with a strike here, and he does. Back-to-back strikes for the lefty. Nice shot by Parker Bone III, 3 in a row. He leads by 12 now. A little less than game and a half to go in the match. Edwards comes up light, leaves the 7. High scoring match over there. Hamletto 6th frame. Pops a strike. Be sure to check out bull.com/livestream for a list of all of our upcoming live events here on Bull TV. A little bit later on this month, we'll have live coverage of the USBC Queens. That starts on June 28th. Monticelli looking for a double. Trying to make up for that blowout 7-10 in the fifth. A little softer, a little more hook, and Monticelli for the double. Parker Bone III, 3 strikes in a row. Trying to keep the string going here. Parker throwing it pretty hard. Looks like he moved in a couple of frames ago. It's paid off. He still leads by 12 pins. Kent Wagner leads Mike Edwards by 14 pins in that match, as they've got 2 frames to go in game 2. Here's Parker working on 4 in a row. pulls it, leaves the 4-7. Monticelli wiggles the 10 and does not get it to go. Had a pin head in that direction, but never quite made it to the 10. Monticelli trailing by 11 pins. 9th frame of game 2. Gets the 10 out on that shot. 10th frame for Mike Edwards. Almost a 7-10 split. Gets the 10 to fall though. Parker Bone, 10th frame, looking for a double. You can tell that one was going to come up a little bit light off his hand and leaves the 3-pin. So Amleto will have a chance to step up here in the 10th and take the lead going into game 3 if he strikes out. Edwards and Wagner are tied right now. Wagner needs a double to have the lead going into the last game. Best case scenario for him is a tie at this point. Leto a chance to take the lead going into the last game if he can pop a couple of strikes here. Flat 10. Well, we're all tied up between Edwards and Wagner after 2 games at 448 apiece. Parker Bone is going to have at least an 11-pin lead going into the last game, so he'll have a mark advantage. Starting game 3 is Edwards. Two 8 comes up light. Fill ball for Monticelli. .215 for Amleto. Parker Bone leads 416 to 405. Some cheers from behind me. Jack Jurek had the front 9 but left a single pin. Parker starts off with a strike here in game 3. Pretty competitive matches here on the live stream pairs this round. It's both matches within a mark. Edwards and Wagner tied with 9 frames to go. Bone leading by 11. Stepladder finals tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to join us for that. The top 5, the final 5 will advance into the stepladder tomorrow. And Leto Monticelli starts with a strike. Wagner with the split, so he's the first one to blink here in game 3. As Edwards takes a 13-pin lead in that match, assuming that he strikes on his next shot. Amleto dances a pin in front of the 10. Does not get the 10 to go. I've seen that a couple of times. Following along on the live scoring on bowl.com/senior masters, you can see that Pete Weber is in a tough position against Kenny Parks on 63 and 64. Of course, Pete Weber, our defending champion here at the Senior Masters. And he is down by 26 pins, 8 frames to go. So you can follow that at bowl.com/seniormasters and click on the live scoring link. Well, an opportunity for Parker Bone III to build on his lead a little bit here. He's up 11 pins right now. And if he strikes here, he can push that to 21. Gets a double to start game 3. Parker strikes here, he'll go up 31. Tough ring 7 for the lefty. Next round is scheduled to start at 1:30, I believe. Yeah, 1:30 Pacific time, so it's in an hour and 10 minutes. I would imagine it'll be pretty close to that. Monticelli, third frame, needs to get some strikes on the board, and there's one in the third, so he has an opportunity to dig into that deficit a little bit here if he strikes again. Cut it to 10 if he strikes. Leto wheeling and dealing with a double. Now he is within 10 pins. As we are in the 4th frame of our final game of this match. Derek asking in the chat who's up at 1:30. Not sure yet. Depend on who wins the matches. But let's see, lanes 13 and 14 be the winner of Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Ricky Woods versus the winner of Rob Klein and Mike Seville. And 15 and 16 will be the winner of that Edwards-Wagner match against the winner of Steelsmith and Starks. So 2 more winners bracket matches coming up at 1:30. You can find the bracket at bowl.com/seniormasters. Click on the results link. Double for Parker. He's got his lead back to what it was. Parker now leading by 20. Big shot here for Amleto Monticelli. Trying to get back to within 10. Oh my. Wow, what a break. They get the 7 out, but a bad break to leave the 10. Split conversion for Wagner, but he's in some trouble. He's already got a couple opens this game, and Edwards has vaulted out to a pretty decent lead, 27-pin lead for Edwards with half a game to go. Get the feeling that Amleto might need to strike out to win this match. Amleto with a strike in the 6th. That one looked like it was a little inside of what he had been doing. Edwards really can put himself in the driver's seat with a couple of strikes there in the 6th and the 7th. He's working on a double. Shaking and baking there. And he yanks it and leaves the 6, 9, 10. So that one not quite over yet, but he still leads by 24 with the spare. And Parker Bone can start to build a pretty big lead here if he throws a couple of more strikes. Go up by 30 with a strike right here. And he pulls it and leaves the 4-pin. Not a great shot there by Parker Bone III. Oh, and Edwards chops the spare. I tell you, that's a pesky little spare right there, that 6, 9, 10. Still leads, though, by 22 pins. Here's Edwards in the 7th. Little love tap to the 7-pin for the strike. Starting to come down to the close here of these matches, and both of them are still relatively close. Parker Bone III leading Amleto Monticelli by 20 pins with 4 frames to go. But Amleto's working on a strike. 300 game for Jim Starks. Parker Bone III working on a strike. gets the double. Parker Bone III leads by 10 pins with 2 frames to go. Parker can go up 20 with a strike right here. Comes up light, gets the carry and the strike, and Parker's up 20. Big 9th and 10th frame coming up for Amleto Monticelli. Here's Amleto. Must-strike situation here for Monticelli. Wheels and deals and gets the strike. 4 in a row from Monticelli. He's down 10 heading into the 10th frame. Big shot coming up for Kent Wagner in the 9th. See, he's trying to hang in there against Mike Edwards. 2 close matches coming down to the wire here on Bull TV. Wagner with a double. He pulls to within 19 going into the 10th. Here's the situation in the Monticelli-Bone match. Bone entered this game up 11. Monticelli can strike out for 259. That would force Parker Bone III to shoot 249. Parker Bone can shoot 258 if he strikes out. So if Monticelli strikes out, he forces Parker Bone to double. Here we go. Big shot from Monticelli. Real soft with it and gets the strike. Another strike from Monticelli. That is 5 in a row. Kent Wagner, big shot here. Has to have it. Goes through the face, leaves the 3-6. And it looks like Mike Edwards is going to win that match. This is a really huge shot coming up for Amleto here. Strike here forces Parker Bone to double in the 10th. Oh, and the pin goes in front of the 10. And Amleto now in some trouble here as Parker Bone can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but Parker still with work to do here in the 10th frame to win the match. It is not over. That's going to put Monticelli at 248 with the spare. And that puts Monticelli at 653, which means that Bone needs 238 to win the match. So Parker needs the first one in the 10th. Parker Bone needs a strike on this shot to win the match. 9 spare strike, and we would have a tie. But a strike to win right here for Parker Bone III. Got a little left. and he gets 8, and that's a loser. He needed at least 9 on that shot, and he gets 8. And Amleto Monticelli will win the match. Parker pitched it a little left and came up light and left the double wood. He needed at least 9 on that shot. He didn't get it. So Amleto Monticelli survives and advances in the winner's bracket. What a match. Folks, I told you it was going to come down to the final frame, and it sure did. Heck of a match here between a couple of Hall of Famers, Monticelli and Bone. Parker Bone going to come up just a pin short. What a finish. Amleto Monticelli wins the matchup of Hall of Famers. 653 to 652. 1 pin win for Amleto Monticelli. Our other match, Mike Edwards, 647. Kent Wagner, 629. And that brings to an end our 3rd round here on Bull TV. We will take a break and be back in about an hour live on Bull TV. The stream's going to go offline for the break while they re-oil, but we will be back live here on Bull TV in about an hour. We'll be posting the link for the live streaming on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and also on Twitter at twitter.com/USBC. I'll see you guys back here in about an hour. Heck of a match. Couldn't ask for anything better. I think we've got more on the way this afternoon. See you in an hour.